Velocity from the moon, toward the moon, 3,842 feet per second. Relative to the moon, that is. And at 42 hours, 28 minutes, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 43 hours, 29 minutes, ground elapsed time. Apollo 11 presently on a spot directly above or directly out from the Malay Peninsula. Some 3 hours, 30 minutes remaining in the scheduled 10-hour sleep period for the crew. And if the space digital display were up here at the time coming out of the computer, we would know what the distance and velocity were. So at 43 hours, 29 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 44 hours, 28 minutes, ground elapsed time. Apollo 11 crew has another 2 hours, 31 minutes remaining in their 10-hour sleep period. Spacecraft is now some 72,010 nautical miles out from the moon. Velocity continuing to decelerate as we get near the changeover point in influence between the Earth and the moon. Velocity now showing 3,811 feet per second. Spacecraft now calculated to weigh 96,068 pounds. At 44 hours, 29 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 45 hours, 28 minutes, ground elapsed time. A little more than an hour remaining in the Apollo 11 crew sleep period. Present velocity 3,799 feet per second. Distance from moon 69,810 nautical miles. Apollo 11 will continue decelerating as it gets to the point where the moon's sphere of influence overcomes the Earth's sphere of influence. This point will take place, this event will take place at 61 hours, 39 minutes, and 57 seconds ground elapsed time, according to the flight dynamics officer. At this point, the spacecraft to moon distance will be 33,822 nautical miles. Spacecraft to Earth distance 186,437 nautical miles. The velocity will have slowed to a relative crawl at this point. The Earth referenced 2,990 feet per second. Moon referenced 3,772 feet per second. Clock counting down to lunar touchdown, which, as mentioned before, will likely be changed as the spacecraft goes into lunar orbit and the data is refined. Some of the times change a few seconds one way or the other. At any rate, the landing clock now showing 57 hours, 17 minutes until lunar landing. At 45 hours, 30 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo Control, 46 hours, 28 minutes, ground elapsed time. A little more than a half hour remaining in the crew sleep period. Members of the green team of flight controllers, headed up by Prime Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth, are coming into the control room at this time. And at each console, the handover is taking place from the Black Watch. At the present time, the Apollo 11 spacecraft is 67,518 nautical miles out from the moon, traveling at a velocity of 3,787 feet per second. Apollo 11 presently is being tracked by the Madrid S-band station. And at 46 hours, 29 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
This is Apollo Control at 46 hours, 58 minutes into the mission. The green team, led by Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth, has just relieved Glenn Lunny's black team. The flight surgeon, Dr. Willard Hawkins, indicates the crew appears to be still asleep. We're nearing the end of the scheduled rest period. Cliff Charlesworth indicates we will put in a call to the crew within a few minutes. Apollo 11 is 158,681 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,578 feet per second. Spacecraft weight is 96,068 pounds. This Apollo Control at 47 hours, 3 minutes. Cliff Charlesworth has decided to let the crew sleep a little longer. He's just had a conversation with the flight surgeon. Dr. Hawkins reports all indications are that the crew is sleeping soundly. The flight plan does not warrant awaking them just to get them up. There is nothing in the flight plan that requires their attention at the present time. So the flight director has made a decision to not put in a call to the crew and wake them. Flight surgeon says that a look at the data throughout the night indicates that the crew slept rather well all night. This is Apollo Control at 47 hours, 41 minutes into the mission. Small indications the crew is still asleep. We're 41 minutes past the end of the scheduled 10-hour rest period now. Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth has decided to let the crew remain asleep, not awaken them from the ground. There's no need to awaken them. There's nothing scheduled in the flight plan that requires their attention at this time. Apollo 11 is 160,137 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,544 feet per second. This is Apollo Control at 48 hours into the Apollo 11 mission. Spacecraft is 160,760 nautical miles from Earth. Distance from the moon is 64,115 nautical miles. Earth referenced velocity 3,529 feet per second. The rest period has now lasted an hour, longer than the 10-hour period scheduled. It's extended to 11 hours now. Flight surgeon says there are indications that the commander, Neil Armstrong, may be awakening, some stirring around. However, we have not yet put in a call to the crew. The mid-course correction 3 is scheduled this afternoon at an elapsed time of 53 hours, 54 minutes, has been canceled. The velocity value for that mid-course is only 0.8 of a foot per second. So we will not do mid-course correction number 3. We'll continue to stand by for either a call from the ground or a call from the spacecraft. This is Apollo Control at 48 hours, 9 minutes. We've just put in a call to the crew. Here's that conversation.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Good morning, Houston, Apollo 11.
Good morning, Apollo 11.
Nice to see you. You're getting around to the... How's everything look up here up in the ground?
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Roger, say again, please.
Roger, how do all our systems look?
Roger, they're looking great, and as far as we can tell, everything is good from down here, over.
I just like the attitude held up real well there, Pete.
Yes, it did. We were showing you remaining well within a circle of 10 degrees radius throughout the night. Seems to be working beautifully.
Well, the old green team this morning. Did you have a quiet night?
Yeah, it was a very quiet night. Down here, the old black team is complaining they didn't get a chance to make any transmissions. Ron Evans is getting...
Well, we'll be seeing them tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, Ron's getting to be known as the silent Capcom.
That's the best kind, Bruce.
Okay. A couple of small items in the way of a flight plan update and your morning consumables update. Over. Roger 11. We'd like to perform a wastewater dump at your convenience sometime in the near future here. No particular time scheduled. Down here at the time for mid-course correction 3, which is about 53:55, we're deleting mid-course correction number 3 and all the items associated with it. For your information, the calculated value of the burn for mid-course number 3 was 0.8 of a foot per second. That is 0.8 feet per second. Canceling this, if we decide to burn mid-course correction 4, this would then give you a burn for mid-course correction 4 of 2.0 feet per second. at 53 hours, we have an IMU real line P52. We're requesting that you do this while in PTC, and we plan to continue PTC throughout the day. Over.
Okay, we'll get to the wait.
Say again, please. You're cutting out.
Roger. Or now, look. Or, dollars and
11, this is Houston. Stand by a minute, please. We're having difficulty receiving you. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Radio check, over.
Roger, Houston. Read you loud and clear. How many, over?
Roger, reading you the same. We did a minor reconfiguration down here. Stand by. Out.
This is Apollo Control. That first conversation was with Buzz Aldrin, and Mike Collins joined in. We've not yet heard from Neil Armstrong.
Okay, 11, this is Houston. We've switched your Omni antennas as you roll through the appropriate position. Did you copy the flight plan update items? Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Apollo 11, go ahead.
Roger, 11. Did you copy the flight plan update items? Over.
Roger. How do you read me now, Bruce?
Loud and clear now.
Okay, the battery charge is in the process now, and the wastewater dump is in work. MCC3 has been canceled. It would have been 0.8 feet per second. MCC4 now looks like about 2.4 feet per second. At around 53 hours, we'll do a P52 and PTC. Over.
Roger, 11. The magnitudes of the mid-course corrections were just for your information, but mid-course 4 was done around 2.0 feet per second. Again, for your information, on SPS chamber pressure, it looks like your on-board readout of 87 psi corresponds to 92 psi by our telemetry, and your value of 89 on board corresponds to 94. Over. Apollo 11, Houston, radio check on a new power amplifier in our transmitter. Over.
Roger, read you loud and clear. How many, over?
Roger, loud and clear. Did you copy my notes on SPS chamber pressure?
Negative.
Okay, just for your information again, it appears that your readout of 87 psi corresponds to our corrected TM readout of 92. That's 92 psi, and 89 on board is really 94 psi. Over.
Roger, I got you. We're reading about 5 psi low.
Roger, and you ready for the consumables update?
Copy.
Okay, consumables update for GET of 46 plus 00 minus 5.5%, minus 6.5%, minus 2.5%, minus 7.5%, minus 5.0%, minus 2 pounds hydrogen, plus 1 pound oxygen. And that minus 5.5% on the RCS total corresponds to minus 6 pounds. Over.
Okay, I copy those, and I'll give you our percentages now. Alpha 82, Bravo 84, Delta 85, Delta 87. Over.
This is Houston. We copy your percentages, and do you have a crew status report on sleep for us?
Roger, in descending order 8, 9, and 8. Over.
Houston, roger out.
That would be Armstrong 8, Collins 9, Aldrin 8.
Houston, we're getting cryo pressure warning now in the middle of stirring up the pot.
Roger, we copy.
This Apollo Control, the flight surgeon reports that is not a record for sleep. The Apollo 10 crew, during one rest period, logged 10 hours of sleep.
Houston, Apollo 11. We've got the Continental Africa rate facing toward us right now, and of course everything's getting smaller and smaller. Time goes on. The Mediterranean is completely clear. The sun looks like it's about to set around Madagascar. The equatorial belt of Africa stands out quite clearly. It's dark green or muddy colored green in comparison with the sandier colors of the southern tip of Africa, and of course the Sahara, northern coast of Africa. There's a rather remarkable cloud that appears in the vicinity of the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's just about to go into sunset now, and it's casting a large shadow. Isolated cloud. And of the clouds, considered tropical convergence clouds going around the equator, clearly separate the clockwise and the counterclockwise cloud formation.
Roger 11, we copy your weather description on that. I understand you can see a shadow being cast by that cloud over between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Any estimate on how long that shadow would be? Over? Background noise now also. If you stand by a minute or so until we roll a little further in PTC, I think things will get better.
Okay, it's coming around to the number 1 window. You just...
Roger, we're hearing you.
That's Buzz Aldrin with the description.
11, this is Houston. The noise on the comm seems to have quieted down now. I guess that we rotated a new antenna into view and probably also the Earth out of view in your window. Over.
Okay. It looks as though the length of the shadow of that cloud is about the same as the width of the Persian Gulf.
Okay, we copy width of the Persian Gulf. And I guess that all I can give you firsthand is a single isolated data point, and that is that it was clear here in Houston this morning. But that's a pretty localized observation. As a result of your wastewater dump, it looks like the PTC mode has been disturbed somewhat. We're showing you about 20 degrees out in pitch right now and about 6 degrees in yaw, which is significantly greater, about twice as much, a little more than twice as much as the deviation you had prior to the wastewater dump. We're watching it down here, though, and we'll let you know if we think any corrective action's required. Over.
Okay, baby, we got to split that in half, split on one side and half on the other, something like that.
Yeah, we could do that. We were actually pretty interested in seeing what the effect on PTC would be of the wastewater dump. We don't recall ever having performed a PTC on. Roger.
Pakistan through the section, and it appears to be one single cell that's in the latter stages of development. There's a smaller, more isolated one just to the south.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. We lost you down in the noise on the comm link here about the time you were describing the single cell cloud formation over Afghanistan-Pakistan area through the section. Over.
Right, it came through a lot clearer through the sections than with the monocular, and you could definitely tell it was a one single cell in the latter stages of development. It must have gone up to over 50,000 feet, though. The eastern Mediterranean is phenomenally clear. You can see all the lakes, the Dead Sea stood out quite well.
Roger, what appears to be the limit of resolution through that sextant from your current position? Over.
Well, I can't see it right now. It's outside the field of view.
Roger.
And I don't know how you'd really describe the limit of resolution. I'll think about that a little.
Okay, I guess the smallest object that you could pick out looking through it would give us a pretty good hag.
Well, you can see the Nile River going almost up to its source. The lake is obscured by clouds. You can trace it all the way on up.
Roger.
I guess that's down, isn't it?
Apollo 11, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we've been working under the assumption that it would take about an hour for the interference from a wastewater dump to dissipate to the point where you could reasonably take star sightings for platform alignment navigation or something of this sort. If you have a spare minute or two, could you comment on the observation conditions now? Over.
Yeah, stand by one, Bruce.
Okay.
My guess would be the telescope's probably pretty useless, but you can differentiate in the sextant between water droplets and stars by the difference in their motion.
Okay, Mike, and I guess that we've still got, what you're saying is we've still got a lot of water droplets visible, but you could pick them out and distinguish in the sextant there.
Right, I think so, but Buzz is looking through it now. Just a second.
Oh, okay.
Houston, Apollo 11, it looks like this time the sextant would be quite usable for any alignment. There's actually very few small particles drifting by.
Roger, Buzz. How about the telescope? Is it useful now?
Well, it's not quite as useful. It never seems to be dependent on the position of the sun. It's got that band that seems to go across the center. I don't think it's because of the wastewater particles that it would lack its effectiveness of it.
Roger, what is this band? Something that's deposited on the outside of the optics, or?
It's due to reflection from the sun.
Roger.
Sun bounces off the lamp structure. With a lamp attached, that telescope is just about useless. Those star charts that MPAT provided us, I think, would be most useful if we had to use for some reason we had to mark through the telescope. We could use those as a guide for what we're looking at and say, well, that bright blob over there has got to be that star because that's the position we're in. But so far we've been, or at least I've been unable to pick out any decent star patterns while docked with the lamp using the telescope.
This is Houston. We copy.
This is Apollo Control at 49 hours, 7 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 is 163,040 miles from Earth. Velocity 3,476 feet per second.
Houston, Apollo 11, over.
Go ahead, Apollo 11. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Go ahead. Roger, we're reading you loud and clear.
Roger. Roger, you're coming back a little scratchy. It looks like our O2 flow transducer has gotten a good bit worse. I just looked at it at the last water accumulator cycle, and it just barely registered, barely crept up above 0.3 over.
Roger. 11, this is Houston. At the time of your cyclic accumulator stroking, we were on low bitrate data and consequently not receiving the O2 flow parameter. We expected What you're seeing is probably nominal. That is probably what we would expect from a transducer that's malfunctioning in this fashion. It's probably just going to keep on getting worse like that. Nothing to worry about. We'll monitor things on the ground here. Over.
Okay, it does look like it's gradually degrading to about zilch.
Roger, we copy.
This is Apollo Control at 49 hours 52 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from Earth is 164,558 nautical miles. Its velocity is 3,441 feet per second. This is Apollo Control at 50 hours 16 minutes. Apollo 11 is now 165,346 nautical miles from Earth, traveling at a velocity of 3,423 feet per second. Flight controllers report all systems well within the normal range and operating very satisfactorily. This Apollo Control at 50 hours 40 minutes. Apollo 11 is 166,135 miles from Earth. Capcom is going to take a radio check here, I think, with the crew.
Apollo 11 CDR, this is Houston, radio check, over.
Roger, Houston, CDR loud and clear.
Roger, we're reading you the same, out.
And would you check with FAO and see where that errata sheet is? We haven't been able to locate that.
Roger, I understand it's supposed to be the back page in Buzz's operations checklist.
Okay.
FAO is the Flight Activities Officer. Apollo 11's velocity is 3,404 feet per second. Spacecraft's still in the passive thermal control mode, rotating at 0.3 of a degree per second, or 3 revolutions per hour. Sporadic bursts of static that you hear on the air ground is caused by the rotation of the spacecraft, changing the orientation of the antennas as the spacecraft slowly rotates to maintain thermal balance. The backup lunar module pilot, Fred Hayes, is at the Capcom console with Bruce McCandless. That radio check was with the Apollo 11 commander, Neil Armstrong. This is Apollo Control at 50 hours, 53 minutes into the mission. An important news release will be available in the Apollo News Center at 11:45 Central Daylight Time this morning. At noon, Colonel Frank Borman will be in the Building 1 auditorium at MSC for a briefing concerning the news release. Repeating, an important news release will be available at 11:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time in the Apollo News Center at MSC. This is Apollo Control at 51 hours, 7 minutes. Apollo 11's distance is 167,007 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,386 feet per second.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Did you find it? Over.
Roger, we found it.
Roger. And see, you're in Pooh. If you can give us accept, we'll uplink a new state vector to you and update the CMC clock. Over.
Okay, you got it.
Roger.
Yeah.
11, this is Houston. We're through with the uplink. You can go back to block.
Roger, back to block.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. We would like to terminate the charge on battery B at GET of 5130. Over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. We'd like to terminate charging battery Bravo at 5130 GET. Over.
Roger, terminate charging battery Bravo 5130.
Roger out.
This is Apollo Control at 51 hours, 25 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 is 167,594 nautical miles from Earth, moving toward the moon at a velocity of 3,373 feet per second. All systems are normal. We will be utilizing this release line for the Colonel Frank Borman briefing. During that briefing, we will tape any air-to-ground transmissions and play them back after the briefing. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think all of you have the statement about Luna 15 and Frank. No sound? All right. Is any sound here? Okay. I think you all have the statement on Luna 15, and Colonel Frank Borman's here just to answer any questions, and Chris Kraft, the Director of Flight Crew Operations, is making his way in case you have some other questions about trajectories. So no further ado, we're open for questions. Rudy? Wait for the mic.
I'm expecting you to do the talking. Colonel Borman, did you ask or did they give you any indication of what the mission of Luna 15 is?
That was a real burp. They said that it would remain in orbit, in its present orbit, for 2 days, and that they would notify us immediately of any future changes in the trajectory. They also said that at no time would the Lunar 15 trajectory intersect the published trajectory of Apollo 11.
Al?
They say the length of the 2 days, in other words, from when were they counting when they said 2 days?
1317 July Moscow time.
Frank, for audio purposes, would you briefly repeat what the press release says?
The press release briefly says that Mr. Kraft, Dr. Kraft, called me and said, we're a little bit interested in what Luna 15 is doing, and could you check with some of the people that you met in the Soviet Union recently and see if you can find out? So I, after checking with the appropriate people, placed a call to Soviet Union and talked to Dr. Keldysh and to his assistant who speaks English, and asked them if they could relay us any information, and they explained that there was some interest, more than casual interest in it, on the part of the flight operations people here in Houston. And they responded with a cable that I received at home last night that gave the orbital parameters plus the indication that we just mentioned, that they would inform us of any further changes.
Howard Simons?
Could either one of you tell us how you interpret what you've just told us, that it'll remain in present orbit 2 days?
That would be conjecture. So your guess is as good as ours at this point. I'm an honorary doctor.
If you're a doctor, I'd better move over a couple of feet.
Harry, please.
We could, I'm sure Frank and myself would probably come up with the same answer. We can only guesstimate what the Russians are doing in this instance, and we've said to each other that probably we would guess they were doing a step-by-step program just as we would do a step-by-step program in this country, and they've been flying circumlunar flights with their lunar vehicles. And this flight is a lunar orbit flight in which they'll return from lunar orbit. And, it's a step in their lunar exploration program.
Harry, please.
Can you translate these orbital parameters for us into an altitude, an apogee and perigee, and tell us where this is with respect to the projected Apollo 11 trajectory?
Well, the eccentricity is pretty low, and the period is about the same as ours, 2 hours.
We compute that to be 72 by 156 and an inclination of about 45 degrees. 72 by 156 and an inclination of about 45 degrees. 72 at perigee and 156 at apogee. Nautical miles, yes, I'm sorry.
F. Clark.
And you multiply that by 1.82 something to get kilometers.
Can you tell us why you held up the announcement this long?
Pardon me?
If you got this information last night or early this morning, why did you hold up?
I didn't. Quite frankly, I didn't see any. I thought there wouldn't be any more news last night than it was this morning, and we put it out. I was at home.
He didn't talk to me until this morning.
I didn't tell Chris about it till this morning. After all, the important thing is here that it isn't going to bother Apollo 11. So.
F. Clark.
Chris, could we clarify what you said when you said a step-by-step program, and you said it was in lunar orbit? Did you say that you expected it to leave lunar orbit?
Art Hill.
That would be my guess. Yes.
To return to Earth?
Affirmative.
Does that tell you any more about the mission?
Yeah, it says it's a lunar orbit mission.
But you're a doctor.
I'm not trying to be smart with you. That's all. I'm just guessing, and I think you would guess the same way, that the Russian programs traditionally have been very methodical in stepping through the various phases of an operation, unmanned, etc., before they do manned, and they.
This is Apollo Control. It's 52 hours, 40 minutes. Apollo 11 is 170,010 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,319 feet per second.
Houston, Apollo 11, over.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Roger, you copy my now 93?
That's affirmative. We've got it.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and correct then. Triangle difference is .01, but it's sort of difficult at 3/10 rate. I'm required to use medium speed and resolved, and it's difficult to hold the star centered long enough to get a decent mark on it.
Roger, we copy, and they look okay to us.
Right.
This is Apollo Control at 53 hours, 3 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 is 170,746 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,303 feet per second. The crew is now in the process of realigning the spacecraft's inertial platform. This is Apollo Control at 53 hours, 20 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from Earth is 171,293 nautical miles, traveling at a velocity of 3,291 feet per second. Spacecraft weight is 96,068 pounds. This is Apollo Control. We have a correction on the orbital parameters of Luna 15 as given in the news briefing recently over. The parameters given in that briefing of 72 by 156 nautical miles were based on computations from an orbital period of 2 hours and 30 minutes instead of the correct 2 hours and 30 seconds. The orbit has been recomputed based on the proper numbers, and the parameters for Luna 15 based on a period of 2 hours 30 seconds are 30 by 110 nautical miles. Paraloon of 30, apoloon of 110 nautical miles.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, I've got the morning news here if you're interested, over.
Yeah, we sure are. We're ready to copy and comment. Is that 2:30 there?
Roger.
Copy and comment. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. The interest in the flight of Apollo 11 continues at a high level, but a competing interest in the Houston area is the easing of watering rules. Mayor Louis Welch promises the lifting of lawn watering restrictions if the rains continue. Friday is partly cloudy, and there is a 30% chance of thunder showers in the afternoon. In Washington, D.C., the Senate Finance Committee approved the extension of the income tax surtax, but a Senate vote on the bill...
You cut out, Houston. You cut out.
Roger, where do you hold me cutting out, over?
Houston, Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. How do you read now, over?
Not clear. Go ahead.
All right. Roger. In Washington, the Senate Finance Committee has approved the extension of the income tax surtax, but a Senate vote on the bill currently seems remote. In Austin, State Representative Ray Lemon of Houston has been nominated as a national director of the American Society for Oceanography. Lemon has proposed a study of the possibility of establishing an Institute of Oceanography in Texas. This would be the first such institute on the western Gulf of Mexico. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, the Weather Bureau, after recapping the day's weather showing a high of 88 and a low of 72, has noted snowfall, none. From St. Petersburg, Florida, comes a radio report from the Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl, which said that the crew of his papyrus boat, the Ra, will sail into Bridgetown, Barbados, despite damage from heavy seas. The crew, however, will sleep on an escort vessel. Norman Baker, navigator of the expedition, said the crew was aboard the Ra today repairing damage from storms this past week, which split the footing of the mast. Part of the broken mast was jettisoned overboard, and the vessel was 725 miles east of the Barbados. It is possible but uncomfortable to sleep aboard the Ra, Baker said in the radio report. But the purpose of our voyage is not a test of strength or human endurance. That is the reason why the crew was spending nights aboard the escort vessel Shenandoah, which rendezvoused with the Ra on Tuesday. In sports, the Houston Oilers are showing plenty of enthusiasm in their early preseason workouts at Kerrville, and Coach Wally Lem says he is impressed with the fine group of rookies. National League Baseball, For yesterday, Thursday, St. Louis 11, Philadelphia 3, Montreal 5 over Pittsburgh 4, Atlanta 12, Cincinnati 2, San Francisco 14, and Los Angeles 13. American League have Baltimore 3 over Cleveland 2, Detroit 4 to Washington 3, Minnesota 8 to Chicago 5. Boston and New York was rained out. And in Corby, England, an Irishman, John Coyle, has won the World Porridge Eating Championship by consuming 23 bowls of instant oatmeal in a 10-minute time limit from a field of 35 other competitors. Over.
Roger, I assume Houston didn't play yesterday.
That's correct.
I'd like to enter Aldrin in the oatmeal eating contest next time.
See pretty good at that.
He's doing his show up here.
Let's see, you all just finished a meal not long ago, too, didn't you?
I'm still eating.
Okay, is that
He's on his 19th bowl.
Roger. Are you having any difficulties with gas in the food bags like the 10 crew reported?
Well, that's intermittently affirmative, Bruce. We have these 2 hydrogen filters, which work fine as long as you don't hook them up to a food bag. But the entryway into the food bag has enough back pressure to cause the filters to start losing their efficiency. A couple of times I've been tempted to go through that dry-out procedure, but we found that simply by leaving the filters alone for a couple of hours, their efficiency seems to be restored.
Roger, we copy.
Their efficiency ranges everywhere from darn near perfect to terrible, just depending on the individual characteristics of the food bag we're putting to them. Some of the food bags are so crimped near the entryway that there's no way we can work them loose to prevent back pressure.
Roger.
That's Mike Collins from the spacecraft. This Apollo control at 54 hours 6 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from Earth now is 172,748 nautical miles, traveling at a velocity of 3,260 feet per second.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Hello, Houston, go ahead.
Roger 11, as you've probably noticed, your coning angle in PTC mode is increased substantially as a result of the wastewater dump, the fuel cell purge, and natural coupling. So it looks like we're going to have to terminate PTC here in a little while, and we'd like to get your feeling as to whether you're still anticipating trying to send back TV signals from inside the LEM, and if so, we'll try to provide an attitude that you can hold that'll give us high-gain antenna lock on the Earth during the TV and LEM activation period. Over.
Yes, we're still planning that activity if the chord lengths work out all right, and we'll accept those attitudes that you work up for us.
This is Houston, Roger out.
Work up an attitude to get high gain. Is there any way that we could get parcels run in one of the two left front windows?
This is Houston. We'll have a look at it.
That was Neil Armstrong confirming they will attempt TV at approximately an elapsed time of 56 hours, 20 minutes. And then the last, the question was by Buzz Aldrin.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we have a TV attitude for you if you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, ready to copy.
Okay, we recommend stopping PTC at GET of 544500, and this should put you at just about the right roll angle. The attitude we recommend is roll 263, pitch 090, yaw 000. This gives you the Earth out of window number 1 in the command module and places the high gain antenna and the CSM window for TV at your convenience. You'll also have the sun shining in or shining at the hatch on the LEM, and if you take down the window shades you should get some sunlight in. We're recommending wide deadband. Over.
Roger, thank you. Just look at that.
Roger out.
The proper roll angle, we're not going to be anywhere near 0 degrees yaw. Do you want us to just stop at the angle we find ourselves in and then for 49 to the 3 angles you gave us? Stand by. Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to stop at the proper roll angle, then to avert 49 to the roll and pitch, over. Or correction, roll and yaw. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, you read, over. Houston, Apollo 11, over. Roger, 11, do you read me, over? Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, over. Stand by, Charlie. We're going to come out of PTC here at 263 roll and then do a burp 49 to the recommended attitude. That sounds fine to us, over.
This is Apollo Control at 54 hours 45 minutes. Apollo 11 is 173,997 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 3,234 feet per second. In the control center, the white team led by Gene Kranz is preparing to relieve Cliff Charlesworth, and the green team, Capcom, is Charlie Duke. We're estimating the change of shift news conference for 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. Before you open the pressure equalization valve, we'd like a LAM CM Delta P, over. Okay, let me check it again. It was about 155. Roger. I read it 158 right now, Charlie. Roger, thank you much. Houston, you're about 1 by on this transmission. Say again, over. Houston, Apollo 11, you read? Houston, Apollo 11, how do you read on the high gain? 11, how do you read me, over? Reading you loud and clear, Charlie. We just switched to the high gain and we've stopped PTC at roll 263, pitch 90, yaw 0. How do you read? Roger, Mike, you're 5 by now on the high gain. We right between the Omni antennas and pretty horrible calm on the Omnis. We got you 5 by on the high gain and we copy the PTC stoppage, over. Okay, fine. Houston, we're going to open the direct O2 valve and start pumping up the cabin. Roger, copy. Apollo 11, Houston, we're going to hand over to Goldstone for uplink in about 2 minutes. We might have a momentary drop out of comm, over. Can you hear a master alarm in the background? That's O2 flow high coming through this amplifier.
Roger, copy.
That photoelectric cell is a good device. It's worked very well.
Eleven, Houston, say again, over.
I say that photoelectric cell amplifier for the master alarm is a good device. It's working very well, and it's a nice, pleasing tone.
Roger, copy. Thank you.
Makes you almost glad to get master alarm. Houston, Apollo 11, as a matter of curiosity, our O2 flow meter is pegged full scale high.
Roger, 11, we copy that here, over.
Okay. So that transducer is working somewhat.
Roger.
Houston, we'd like to try to attempt to correlate your O2 flow in transducer with the flow valve that you got open. How far open would you say you have the repressed O2 over? Correction, the direct O2.
Stand by, Charlie. Okay, Charlie, it's not open very far. It's hard to give you a good reading without shutting it again, but the arrow is about at the 1 o'clock position. Now, I reduced the flow, and I'll let it stabilize here. Right now, our onboard reading is about 0.4, and that's with the arrow on the O2 valve at the 2 o'clock position. Would you rather have comparisons of O2 flow readings, or would you rather have valve position comparisons?
Roger. Stand by. Ecom say they'd like to look at valve positions, over.
Okay, well, we're holding steady now at 0.3 pounds per hour, and our cabin pressure is about 5.4. And I'll close the valve momentarily and then open it again to this position and tell you how much travel is required.
Roger.
It's about 30 degrees of travel, Charlie, from the closed position, which is with the arrow pointing at about 3 to 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Roger.
Our flow is stabilized now at 0.6.
Roger, we copy. We're reading the same.
Okay. Yeah, I'll open it back to the 1 o'clock position.
Right.
Is that enough different positions, or you want more, Charlie?
Mike, that's a good enough. We are satisfied now, over.
Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11, we've terminated direct O2. Our cabin pressure is 5.7, and as a matter of curiosity, when we turn the direct O2 valve off, we get a master alarm just like they did in the spacecraft testing. Roger. 11, Houston, we have a little update for you. When you go into the limb, we'd like you to unstow and bring back to the command module the following items. Over. Ready to copy. Roger, we'd like you to pick up out of the flight data file, the surface checklist, the mission rules no-go card, the DIPS app RCS limit Q card. Over. Apollo 11, Houston, the reason we wanted you to bring those 3 items back, we'll have some updates for you for those 3. Over. Roger, we figured you would.
This is Apollo Control at 55 hours, 10 minutes. Our network controller has just advised that we are receiving live television at Goldstone. We would presume this is a test of the system similar to what we received from the crew yesterday. The crew is planning to send television from the lunar module when they ingress. Stand by. Here's a call to the crew.
Quite configured here at Houston. Further transmission will be up in a couple of minutes. Over.
Raj, this is just for free. This isn't what we had in mind.
Roger.
That was Capcom Charlie Duke advising the crew that we're not quite prepared for television reception at this time. You heard Mike Collins respond that this one's for free. We still intend to get the television transmission during the time the crew is in the lunar module, beginning at about 56 hours, 20 minutes ground elapsed time, which would be about 4:52 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We are getting a black and white television picture in the control center at this time. We should have that in color by now. An interior view of the command module looking up into the LEM hatch, CSM LEM hatch area. We can't quite make out which crewman we're seeing up in the tunnel working with the probe and drogue assembly. Getting a very good view of the work going on in the command and service module tunnel. It appears to be Neil Armstrong working in the tunnel, working on the drogue and probe assembly. This extremely sharp, clear picture is coming to us from about 175,000 miles distance from Earth. presently about 48,000 miles from the moon. And that appears as if it might be all the free TV, as Mike Collins put it. Forgetting we do expect to get the television transmission from the time the crew is in the lunar module. And that period of activity is scheduled to begin at about 56 hours, 20 minutes with the ingress to the lunar module. Now we are starting to get a picture back again, losing lock momentarily, and now we have it back again. Neil Armstrong up in the tunnel at this point, removing the probe and drogue assembly in preparation for the ingress to the lunar module. Our network controller just reported that this television is coming to us on the 210-foot dish antenna at Goldstone, California. We just saw the probe assembly start to come loose now as Neil Armstrong is
Apollo 11, Houston, it's a pretty good show here. It looks like you almost got the probe out.
Yeah, it's loose now. Can you see that?
Roger, Neil's really good.
Not much light up in that area, but apparently this TV says they will pick it up.
There are some bright spots shining on the probe, apparently sun shafting on it, that just gives just about enough for us to make it out, over.
I think those are the tunnel lights.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Okay, it's loose now, coming down.
Roger. Looks like it's a little bit easier than doing that in the chamber.
You bet. It's the only way to take it easy. It's pretty massive, but it goes where you direct it.
11, Houston, that's a beautiful picture now we got. We're just looking at a 12-second delay, and to us, you're just bringing it down by the optics now.
Mike must have done a smooth job in that dock, and there isn't a dent or a mark on the probe.
Roger. We're really getting a great picture here, 11, over. Houston, with a 12-foot cable, we estimate you should have about 5 to 6 feet excess when you get the camera into the limb, over.
Roger.
We can see the probe now. Correction to drove. Roger. Okay, drug removal is coming next. Roger. As we suspected.
Once removal of the drogue is completed, they will have access to the LEM hatch and be able to go into the tunnel.
Houston, now it's a good view of the storage area under the couch. Houston, looks like it's pretty crowded in there with that drogue, over.
Oh, it's not really bad. This TV cable's getting in the way.
We see lots of arms.
The only problem, Charlie, is these TV stagehands don't know where to stand.
Well, he doesn't really have a union card there. We can't really complain too much, I guess.
This unscheduled television transmission has now run about 18 minutes, and we have no estimate at this point as to how long it will continue. Mike Collins reported that we would go ahead with a regularly scheduled one when they are in the LEM.
Apollo 11, Houston, do you have a little white dot in the bottom of your monitor, on TV monitor, over?
Roger, we do.
Roger, I guess part of the camera's been burned out down there. These are really beautiful pictures now, Buzz, over. Real clear.
Okay, we might have got just a little bit of sun in there. Is it just one small white dot?
That's affirmative.
Have a good view here of the computer display and keyboard assembly with the green lights flashing.
We've been up in the tunnel checking the roll angle, Charlie, and it's 2.05 degrees. Roger, copy, 2.05 on the roll cal. And that's a plus. Roger, plus.
The reference to the roll cal, or roll calibration index marker in the tunnel, which shows how far off exact zero the two vehicles were when the docking occurred.
11 Houston, the tunnel looks pretty clear to us. Somebody going up there now. Over.
It's Michael checking his connectors up there now.
Roger. Houston, the lighting up in there looks very good to us at this time. Over.
I think that's mostly the camera. It's subdued, to say the least.
Roger, it's gathering pretty well to us. We see everything quite clearly up in there.
No, the docking latches look good today, just like they did yesterday. Everything up in there looks just fine.
That sounds fine to us. Over.
Mike Collins reporting there on the appearance of the docking latches.
Houston, we can even read the decals up there on the limb hatch.
Let me zoom it up and see how much you can read.
Okay. We can see the limb umbilical connection quite well there, Buzz. You see you zooming in on one of the decals now that to reset, unlatch handle, latch behind grip, and pull back 2 full strokes. That's about all we can make out.
Hey, you get an A+.
Thank you very much, sir. At least I passed my eye test.
I'm standing 6 feet from it, Charlie. You can read it better than I can. There's something wrong with the system.
Roger.
An interested observer of these amazingly clear pictures coming to us from more than 175,000 miles out in space is astronaut Gene Cernan, who got a first-hand view of some of this same area of the spacecraft during his Apollo 10 flight.
A real good view of the LEM hatch handle there. 11 over. Roger. Looks like we'll be ready to go into the LEM early, if that's okay with y'all down there. Roger, it's fine with us, Neil. Go ahead anytime you wish, over. 11, Houston, the white spot you see on your monitor, our TV people say it is a burn spot, but they expect it to dissipate after a couple hours, over. Roger, thank you. Okay, the dump valve is actuated. Roger, copy, 11. We see that very clearly. Is that U-bus with your hand on it? Yeah. All right. Houston, we're really amazed at the quality of the picture up in the tunnel. It's really superb, over. That is, considering the amount of light up in there. Roger, we're about to open the hatch now. Right. There's that same guy that when you open up the doorway, he's waiting there for you and he turns the lights on. How about that? Just like the refrigerator.
That conversation between Charlie Duke and Mike Collins referring to the automatic light that comes on in the LEM when the hatch is opened.
Buzz, the view in through by your left shoulder there is good. We can see the acid engine cover, the Velcro on it, and that's about all we can make out right now. We see the helmet storage. We don't see anything loose up there. Well, great. Looks good to us. We see your helmet.
Yeah, what?
11, Houston, Buzz, you already in? Over. Right, I'm halfway in. I'm going to have to start turning around, I guess. Right.
Buzz Aldrin reporting that he's halfway into the LEM. This view is inside the LEM cabin.
Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to read out the LCG reservoir site level, over.
Okay, stand by.
At 11, we have a good view of the window there. It looks like the sun's apparently coming through the shade.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're just about plus Z right toward the sun.
That's affirmative. This attitude put both windows right towards the sun for the limb, over.
Well, that may be good in some respects.
We had a view, Buzz, of the utility light cord. Sure, if you've...
Now, let me show you a view looking the other way.
Right. And we see right now a utility light or either a floodlight up there. I think now I see the utility light still in the storage bay. Hey, that's a great shot right there. We see you in there. Guess that's Neil and Mike. Better be, anyway. We see you waving.
Buzz Aldrin has apparently carried the camera into the limb with him, showing as Neil Armstrong and Mike Collins back in the CSM.
11, Houston, that's really a beautiful shot. Houston, we didn't quite decipher that signal that just came from the CMP.
Just say hello. On the LCD sight gauge, you got about, it looks like the white mark that's in the plunger is about quarter to 3/8 inch out into the green away from the red. Is that what you'd like to say, all right?
Stand by. Right, Buzz, that looks good to us. Thank you much.
It is the white index, is it not, that you're interested in comparing whether it's in the red or green?
Stand by. That's affirmative, Buzz. It looks good. That's a good reading for us, over.
Okay.
We had a shot a moment ago of the suit disconnect valve.
I'll open up the windows and see what the lighting condition's going to be like.
Houston, that's a real good view. We have the AOT. You're back now, Buzz, and notice you're taking down one of the window shades, over. The light is superb.
Yeah, how's the sun coming in? How's the sun coming in from this direction going to affect what you can see?
It made it really super. The lighting is excellent in the limb right now. We can make out the AOT, the ISA, and the left-hand window is a little glare off of that, but the LMP side, with the shade down, it's really excellent, over.
Well, I'm turned around. Why, I took the shade off my side first.
Roger, we copy. The light level for the TV is really excellent, over.
Yeah, the lighting in the LEM is very nice now, just like completely daylit, and everything is visible. Good bit lighter than the tunnel was earlier.
Roger, we got a good view now, Neil, of the DETA and also Buzz's ACA.
This ingress to the lunar module came about 40 minutes ahead of the flight plan, and we would presume that the unscheduled TV is perhaps merging with the scheduled a little bit early.
Everything seems to be in place down there.
Roger, we got the dump valves in view, over.
Roger.
11, Houston, we see you removing the ISA now, pulling it up, putting it up by the AOT. The instrument panels are coming into view behind.
Yeah, I think it'd probably be best since we've done SPF burn to put it back over the instrument panel instead of putting it up over the splits in the recharge station. Would you care to comment on that one? We could do either just as easily.
Stand by. We'll have an answer for you momentarily. 11, Houston, it's really a super shot of the main display.
The vehicle is surprisingly free of any debris floating around. It's very clean.
Roger. Houston, it's pretty hard to describe this view. It's really, really great.
Now you know how we feel. Okay, Neil's OPS is about 5,800.
Copy.
And mine's about 5,800 also.
Copy.
Aldrin's hand resting on one of the portable life support systems which will be used on the moon's surface.
Houston, that's a good shot of Neil's cliff there. Over.
No, that's mine.
Houston, that moment ago, we had a good shot of your Bliss bus and the two helmet storage bags. And now behind your left shoulder bus, we have the Dusky and the ACA.
We're not quite sure who's holding the camera at this point. Apparently it's drifting freely inside the cabin. Or more likely attached to some convenient point within the LEM cabin.
We're going to go ahead and take all the loose data on back into the command module, Charlie. Roger.
This television transmission has now been running about 42 minutes. Spacecraft now about 176,000 miles from Earth.
Apollo 11, Houston. Buzz, it appears that you attempting to put on the sun filter and viewing the sun through the AOT, over. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's down a little bit more towards what than I can be able to see in AOT. Roger. We got a beautiful view of the side of the command module out of the AOT, looking in the left rear detent. Right. I can see the hatch and all the EVA handrails. First time we've seen the silvery outside of the command module. I can read the letters on the hatch cover. It's a boost cover release, and the big yellow arrow that points toward the opening place where the tool B goes. Right. Great shot now, back down into the... And left on me. Go ahead, Buzz, over. Say again. I'm just saying we got a great shot looking back into the command module. Okay. Yeah, on the left detent I can see the rendezvous radar. If I move to the forward detent, that's about all I've got. I'm looking eyeball to eyeball. Right.
Neil Armstrong has apparently been holding the camera, looking back down through the tunnel, and it appears now that he's handed the camera to Buzz Aldrin. This view still looking back through the tunnel. We see Mike Collins in the background there.
Charlie, is there any concern about the duration that we ought to have the window shades open? Stand by. We don't have any circulation in here, and it might get a little on the warm side. Right. We'll put up a couple of hoses from the command module here and get a little circulation going. Sound like a good idea, over. Apollo 11, Houston, as far as the window shades go and the limb, there's nothing except for crew comfort. I don't think we got any systems problems. Be sure to put them back up when you egress, over.
We will do. Charlie, I'll give you a view out of the overhead window back looking at the command module right-hand rendezvous window.
Roger. Well, we see it now. Thanks a lot, Buzz. It's a good view through the overhead.
One washer on... One washer going by the overhead.
Right. There we go. We got it now.
There wasn't very much debris in the command module or the limb. We found very few loose particles of bolts, nuts, and screws, and lint things. Very few in each spacecraft. They were very clean.
Roger. Sounds good. Houston, we have a good view out of the rendezvous, correction, the overhead window of the limb. We don't see anybody staring back at us, though, over.
Charlie, can you see Mike's two eyeballs peering at us through the rendezvous window?
11, Houston, stand by. We haven't picked him up yet.
You're looking through a lot of layers of glass.
Houston, we had a slight glimpse of Mike in the rendezvous window at that time. It's pretty murky looking into there, though.
Okay, here he is. I've got him on the monitor now.
Okay, we see him staring back at us now. Hello in there. Apollo 11, Houston, our recommendation for the ISA is to stow it back over the instrument panel, over.
Roger, will do.
This transmission's been running about 54 minutes at this point.
Houston, we can make out the markings on the panel. We read System A, ascent fuel, ascent oxidizer, Quad 1, Quad 4. It's really unbelievable the definition we're getting down here off that little camera, over. We can even see the barber pole on the talkback. We can read the markings on the instruments for the glycol pressure, quantity, PCO2. Even read the scale on the 8-ball, over. Houston, we see the crossfeed barber pole, and we had the Velcro patches back up to the RCS systems now. We can see the markings on the meters, green and red bands, in limits. We see you raise the cover on the abort stage. We don't recommend that.
Yeah, we're going to tape that one over.
Right.
We're going to tape that one over.
We concur.
The restraints in here do a pretty good job of pulling my pants down.
Roger. We haven't quite got that before the 50 million TV audience yet. At 11, Houston, that's a good view of the 8-ball. We see you can even read the off flag there. You can see the signal strength meter for the radar. Read the numbers on it.
At this point, we've had to take the color down momentarily. We've run out of tape on the color conversion recorder. We estimate we'll have the black and white for about 5 minutes while the tape change is in process, and then continue to convert in color after that point.
To Len Power.
Roger, stand by. We'll have an answer. 11, Houston, on that TV, our commentary, the monitor I was looking at was delayed about 12 seconds, 12 to 15 seconds while it went through our color converter. It was probably, you thought I was crazy, but we were looking at it 15 seconds after you broadcast it. 11, Houston.
We understood that, Charlie.
Okay, on the limb cameras, we'd like you to do it on LOI day with the limb power, over.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
The black and white view that you're seeing now is the unconverted color picture as it comes down from the spacecraft. The flicker, of course, is taken out in the conversion process. And we've now been receiving television pictures from the spacecraft for about 1 hour.
Check my storage packet. It's got a 16 millimeter camera in it, and it's got this little cylinder, and I guess I don't understand what it is. Maybe you can tell us.
Roger, stand by. We can't figure it out either.
It's got an arrow in the back, and it says turn, but I'm afraid to turn it.
All right, 11, your friendly geologist says it's the camera crank, for the 16 sequence camera if it jams, over.
Oh, very well. Thank you.
The reference to the friendly geologist refers to astronaut Jack Schmidt, who's here in the control center.
There's that word again, ancillary stowage container.
Roger.
And we're back with the color.
The shades didn't quite hack it there, Buzz, over.
Houston 11, are you still getting high bit rate off the Omnis at this distance?
Stand by, Mike. Apollo 11, Houston, about 50% of the time we're getting high bit rate off the Omnis when you're in PTC, over.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Apollo 11, Houston. Neil, at this attitude, you look like you're about 12 feet long.
It seems like I always find myself upside down in whatever I'm doing around here.
Apollo 11, Houston, could you give us a few comments on your crew comfort with the CSM hoses moving the air around? Over.
Well, it's picking up a little bit of circulation in here.
What do you estimate the temperature is, Buzz? Over.
Oh, I'd say maybe 73, 75. It's hard to tell at this density and pressure of gas, but comfort level is about the same as the command module. It's a little warmer or stuffier when we first got in, but it seems to be improving.
Houston, copies out. Houston.
You may be able to see some.
Go ahead.
Some particles jumping around on your screen. That's just dust particles that are being illuminated by sun shafting in the window.
Roger, they're very clear now. Over. And that's a good view of Neil's correction of Buzz's circuit breaker panel there.
I can just barely see the handrail on the front porch from the position on the right-hand window.
Roger. Houston, our view of the panel 11 is gets brighter than darker. Are you changing the f-stop at all, over.
Now what's happening is that we get pretty close to the window now and then, and it drives the automatic light control into the stops, I think.
I think that's right.
Right.
Yeah, I had to switch on outside while I was going through the overhead window. That may be what's contributing to some of it.
Roger. Houston, we seem to be picking up a few bit more dust particles now. We see them quite clearly in the screen now, over.
Yeah, I'm choking on one every so often.
Houston, your show is going out to the U.S. now. We're about to get the satellite up, and it'll be transmitted to some other countries after that, over.
Roger. I'm checking out this window bracket where I'll be putting it for the EVA pictures of Neil going down the ladder.
Roger. Apollo 11, Houston, we keep marveling about the color and the clarity of the picture. It's really difficult to describe. It's just perfect, over. At 11, doesn't look like you're having too much trouble with that bracket up there, Buzz.
No, I tell you, those new knobs really make it easy to twist the thing and get it cinched down quite tight.
Right. Houston, Buzz, how does the alignment look there?
Looks pretty good, as well as I can tell. Without the gear extended, I can't get a real definitive answer, but you couldn't fix it to any place to see much more out of the window without hand holding it for the whole time.
Roger, it looks like to us it's going to work real well.
Enough room to, yeah, I think so.
And Buzz, we see you putting your window guard in place there, and back up to the ISA now.
Houston, ask FAO if the 90-degree bracket isn't stowed in the commander's stowage assembly.
Stand by. Houston, Buzz, you still looking for that 90-degree bracket, over?
Yeah, he is looking for it now.
All right, you will have a word for you in just a moment. 11, Houston, Buzz, you still looking for that 90-degree bracket, over?
Yeah, he is looking for it now.
All right, you will have a word for you in just a moment.
My monitor shows a pretty good, clear picture from this angle. Now we found the 90-degree bracket.
Roger, Neil. It's really a super picture. We've got the ACA, your ACA, the good picture of the throttle, the 90-degree bracket. We see the start, your handles, and now over to the bracket.
That's about the position we'll be putting the camera in after the initial descent down the ladder. And it'll be taking 1 frame a second for most of the EVA.
Houston copies out. That's a real good view of that camera.
Our monitor is a little bit wavy, so it's hard for us to tell when we've got a steady picture for you.
11, we have no complaints at all. We don't see that waviness on our picture. It's just really great, over.
Do the edges of the window look like straight lines to you?
That's affirmative.
Okay, they don't in our monitor, and that leads us to make some corrections to the camera, which probably aren't required sometimes.
We have no complaints at all. It's a magnificent picture.
We've been receiving television now from the spacecraft for about an hour and 20 minutes. Apollo 11 presently 177,000 miles from Earth.
What was that, Buzz, you're chasing now?
That was me picking up some particles of paint that were floating through the air in front of the camera there.
Right, Neil, we got it. Appears to us that Neil's about to check the Velcro map there. Okay, Buzz, we see the card up now.
Okay, for those of you that don't know, this is where we log most of our data for each of the LEM maneuvers. And we have another card like this. It's the timeline book that we place down on the table in front of the data display keyboard. And it's on this timeline that we have all our procedures. We obviously have to hold these in place in 0G, so we make use of the Velcro patches on the back and on the table. So we can attach these down here. And then we just turn the pages over when we go to new sequences in our timeline of procedures.
Roger.
And we're ready to copy DOI patch.
All right, we'll have the photos work that one up for you momentarily. Houston, that was a good shot of panel 2. Now we got panel 3 in view with the temp monitor switch. The stabilization and control panel we see now with the mode control switches. Now over to 11, that's real good camera work.
Probably the most unusual position a cameraman's ever hit, hanging by his toes from a tunnel and taking the picture upside down.
Roger, you're doing a super job. We got a good view of the cross pointer there. Had a good view of the tape meter. We're giving you a picture now of the floor of the cabin. I think you can see the one of the two portable life support systems backpacks here in the center, and on each side we have the two helmet visors. I'll remove one of them and show you a little closer view of what this looks like. Roger. Inside the helmet visors are the EVA gloves with the blue tips. I'll not take those out now. Roger, Buzz, that's a great shot now that we're getting of the helmet, the EVA visor, and also the EVA gloves in the background. Okay, you did say this was going out now, didn't you? Stand by, I think so. You got a pretty big audience. It's live in the U.S. It's going live to Japan, Western Europe, and much of South America. Everybody reports very good color. Appreciate the great show. Roger, understand. Thank you. Of your EVA visor assembly. Appreciate it. Well, that's a good view of Mr. Collins down there. We finally see him again. Hello there, Esley. Hello there. Houston, we noticed when you were scanning over panels 2 a moment ago, 1 and 2, the 2 8 balls were slightly in disagreement. Control said he'd like to ag the line there. Yeah, one of them zags, one of them stings. The problem is we don't know whether the line eggs the pings or pings the eggs. Stand by. 11, Chris said he can tell you. We'll gauge them both. Right. Like old home week, Charlie, to get back in the lab again.
Right. I can imagine.
The traverse from the bottom of the LEM to the aft bulkhead of the command module must be about, 16, 20 feet. It's not a disorienting one at all, but it's most interesting to contemplate just pushing off from one and bounding on into the other vehicle all the way through the tunnel.
Right, it must be some experience. Is Collins going to go in and look around?
We're willing to let him go, but he hasn't come up with the price of the ticket yet.
Right. I'd advise him to keep his hands off the switches.
If I can get him to keep your hands off my disc, you'll be a fair swap.
Roger.
That's why I've been eating so much today. I haven't had anything to do. He won't let me touch it anymore.
Right.
It appears now that we have a view of Earth out the window.
11, Houston, if that's not the Earth, we're in trouble.
That's the Earth, and we have a very good view of it today. There are a few more cloud bands on than yesterday when we beamed down to you, but it's a beautiful sight.
That description from Neil Armstrong.
We have some horizontal banding in our TV monitor. Are we transmitting that to you, or do you have a clear picture?
Neil, we have a very clear picture. The only thing that we see is a little white dot in the bottom of our screen, which is our TV guys say is an apparently a burned out spot in the camera, but it should come back. Over.
Roger. We have that in our monitor also.
Houston, we do have 3 lines across our TV. I thought it was just a transmission problem, but everybody's telling me now that it probably is on the downlink. Over.
Now, those are the same 3 ones that we have.
Okay.
How far out are we now, Charlie?
Stand by, I'll give you an exact figure.
Did you notice the difference between yesterday and today? This is as large an image as we can give you.
Roger, it's distinctly smaller. You're now 177,000 miles out. Over.
That's nautical miles.
That's affirmative. 11 weeks. Go ahead, over. Houston, we see still see the banding along the intertropical convergence. I guess the most predominant one now is around the equator, or slightly north of the equator.
Yeah, that's the way it looks, Charlie. Same as yesterday.
All right. Just keep the Pacific Ocean nice and clear and calm on flash day. That's all we ask.
And Charlie, I'd like to say hello to all my fellow scouts and scatters at Farragut State Park in Idaho. They're having a national jamboree there this week, and Apollo 11 would like to send them best wishes.
Thank you, Apollo 11. I'm sure that if they didn't hear that, they will get the word through the news. Certainly appreciate that. Houston, we have you, your sub-spacecraft point is just off the western coast of South America, directly south of about Mexico City, over.
That looks like what we observed from here. And we're going to turn our TV monitor off now for a short bit while we have some other work to do. Apollo 11 signing off.
Roger, 11. Thank you very much. That was one of the greatest shows we've ever seen. We sure appreciate it. Over.
This is Apollo Control. That television transmission lasted about 1 hour 36 minutes, according to our first rough calculation. During that period of time, the spacecraft traveled something over 2,000 nautical miles.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, could you give us an idea of about how long it'll be before you start closing the limb back up, over?
We've got a little more work to do up there, Charlie. We're going to make sure that we have everything transferred around and stowed the way we want to try to get a little bit ahead on tomorrow's timeline. I suppose that we could be out of there in another half hour or so if it was necessary.
Roger, Neil. We're not trying to push you. We're just trying to get an idea of, about water dumps and starting up the PTC again. Take your sweet time, over.
Okay, we'd like to get a flight plan update from you for the next couple hours here when you think what the various constraints might be and what order you might like us to do things.
Roger, stand by. We'll have that to you in a moment.
This is Apollo Control at 56 hours, 51 minutes. Buzz Aldrin has now been in the lunar module for a little over an hour and 13 minutes. We estimate that Neil Armstrong has perhaps been in the LEM about 15 or 20 minutes less than that. Due to the length of that television transmission, the change of shift press conference has been canceled. The participants were unable to wait for the duration of the press conference with other duties, and the press conference has been canceled. At 56 hours, 52 minutes, this is Apollo Control.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. Mike, we'd like to go ahead and do a wastewater dump. We'd like you to dump it all the way down to 0, over. Roger, we copy that, Charlie. That works, Charlie. Houston 11. Houston, did you call over? Roger, just noticed that the mast that the EVA light is on is charred brown. It looks as though it took quite a beating during launch. Roger. The EVA light still does work. Roger, we'll let the span guys look at this, and we'll be back with you with our what we think, over. Okay. Houston, we were wondering, Neil, with your closing comment on the TV that you were going to turn it off. It indicated you might be considering turning it back on. We were wondering whether we want to keep the lines up, over. Well, we want your recommendation on that. I think we would just as soon ourselves terminate the TV, but if you have a commitment to keep, we'd be more than willing to turn it back on. Roger, stand by. Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like to terminate the TV. We think we've got a good tape. That hour-and-a-half show was superb. And we'd like to pick up PTC at about 58 hours, over.
Roger. PTC at 58 hours.
And we'll have the remaining functions in the flight plan soon, over.
Okay, fine.
This is Apollo Control at 57 hours, 3 minutes. The decision, as you heard, relayed up to the crew there that we would go into the passive thermal control mode with the spacecraft in a slow roll at 58 hours in the flight plan, would rule out further television for today. I would also like to repeat that the change of shift press conference for the previous shift was canceled due to the length of that television transmission. And we do expect to have a change of shift briefing following this shift, probably between 11:30 and 12 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At the present time, Apollo 11 is 178,236 nautical miles from Earth, and the velocity has dropped down now to 3,146 feet per second. At 57 hours, 4 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Apollo 11, Houston, our recommendations on the activities for the next hour or so as far as flight plan goes are continue your limb familiarization as desired until about 58 hours, then ingress to the CSM, close the hatch, and establish PTC shortly thereafter, over. And Apollo 11, Houston, terminate the water dump, over.
Thanks. Okay, water dump being terminated now.
Houston, Apollo 11. 11, Houston, go ahead.
Roger, Houston. I'd like to do a P-52 option 3 and tweak the platform up prior to starting the PTC, over.
Roger, 11, stand by. 11, Houston, that sounds like a good idea to us. Go ahead.
Okay, the platform's looking pretty good to me. Looks like the worst axis drift is 0.01 something degrees per hour. Is that about what you figured?
11, Roger. We've had reports. All the marks have been good all the last couple times you've run them. Just a moment, I'll get you some information on the apparent drift rates.
Okay, Owen, thank you. You got the maroons on?
Say again, 11.
I say you got the maroons on now?
Not permanently here, Mike. We just have a standby here while Charlie's out checking how to use that special tool on a camera. The maroon thing will be on tomorrow.
Okay, nice to hear your voice. How's everything going?
Everything's going smoothly here. We sure enjoyed the show this afternoon, Mike.
Okay.
11, Houston, we suggest you go ahead and do the P-52 first, and we'll take a look at the angles and give you some new drift rates after taking a look at them, over.
All right, fair enough.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Go ahead, 11 here.
Houston, a little information to you there, CDR. We've all taken a momentary brief respite from our work here to have some special, have a bite of special moon cheese that is, I understand it's been sent to us directly from Wapakoneta.
Wow. Congratulations.
Your own hometown. Over.
We can't pronounce it either.
I think you'll enjoy that. They make a fine brand of cheese.
Roger there, and I'll polish up the grammar for the next trip.
Houston 11, you're looking at the 993, and I'll proceed when you copy them.
Uh, 11 Houston, we've got them.
Okay. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We'd like who and accept. We have a Delta H update for you, over. All right, Charlie, stand by one. Houston, Apollo 11, who and accept. Roger. Apollo 11, Houston, we got the load in, the computer's yours, over. Houston, roger. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to stir up the crowds now, over. Houston, Apollo 11, roger.
This is Apollo Control at 57 hours 44 minutes. We've had no further reports from the crew to indicate whether or not Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin have returned to the command module. And I guess that would answer our question. Neil Armstrong reporting that they're finished with their work in the LEM will be coming out shortly. Apollo 11 is now 179,490 nautical miles from Earth, traveling at a speed of 3,121 feet per second. In a little less than 3 hours, we'll pass a milestone of sorts as the spacecraft passes into the lunar sphere of influence. What we mean by that is that at that point, the spacecraft will be under the dominant influence of the moon's gravity. The moon's gravitational force will have the predominant effect on the trajectory of the spacecraft. And at that point, our displays in mission control monitoring velocity, altitude, will switch from Earth reference to moon reference. We'll then begin monitoring the progress of the spacecraft as it continues to accelerate toward the moon. At 57 hours, 46 minutes, this is Apollo Control.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We're standing by to watch your startup on the PTC at any time. You can start off at the VERP 49. Over.
Wilco, we're just finishing up the probe and about to close up the hatch here. We're going to be a couple of minutes late, probably getting started in the PTC.
Watch, no sweat, 11. We're standing by. Over.
This is Apollo Control. That was Neil Armstrong reporting that they are now reinstalling the probe and drogue, which is just about on the flight plan schedule. And they reported that they would be putting the spacecraft in a slow roll shortly to maintain passive thermal control. In that mode, the spacecraft rotates at a rate of about 3 revolutions per hour to maintain even heating. We have a precise time on that sphere of influence change, the point at which the moon, for calculation purposes here in mission control, comes under the predominant influence, the spacecraft comes under the predominant influence of the moon's gravitational field. And we now calculate that event will occur at 61 hours, 39 minutes, 55 seconds ground elapsed time.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. Mike, there's no wait required. Rates are steady. You can proceed on, over.
I'm doing it, Charlie.
Roger.
The tunnel's all secure. The drogue, probe, and hatch all back in.
Roger, copy out. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We have some new additions to your alternate and contingency checklist. If you would break that out, over.
Stand by. Okay, Houston, 11's ready to copy.
Roger, 11. If you'll turn to page F/2-22, over.
Okay, I have F/2-22.
Roger, Neil. Under column L, that's column Lima, line 06. The new data is 00001. Line 07. The new data is 02134. Over.
Okay, I have in F/2-22, column Lima, item 6, 00001. Item 7, 02134.
Roger, that's correct. Thank you much, Al. Houston, for your information, those two entries are an update to your Delta H that we have already uplinked into the CMC, over.
All right, thank you. What was I marking on, Charlie? About an 18-kilometer line or what?
Our update puts you to the Delta H to 35 kilometers, Mike, over.
Okay.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We got some switch positions for you for the high gain, over.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, Buzz. Select Bravo, Omni, high gain track to manual, beam wide, over.
Okay, Bravo, Omni, track manual, and beam wide.
Roger, and your high gain angles are -50 on the pitch, 270 on the yaw, over.
Okay, going there now.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We have some updates and some things we'd like to talk to you about if you're in the middle of your meal. If it's convenient, any time for you, we're ready with some updates, over.
What are the updates going to apply to?
Roger, we have a couple of changes on the LIM mission rules no-go for your no-go card, Neil. One slight change on the aft dip fuel and temp pressure card. And we have a change to the procedure for the secondary radiator leak check, which is to be performed at 71 hours tomorrow. And also some indications that we have a couple of landing site obliques stowed in the wrong place. Over.
Okay, if any of those in the flight plan, the secondary radiator, for example?
That's affirmative. The secondary radiator leak check is called out in the flight plan at 7120. That procedure is listed in your launch operations book. On page 2-9, L2-9, we'd like to change that procedure. Over.
Okay, stand by. Charlie, on the secondary leak check, just read it verbatim like you want it, and I'll copy it directly into the flight plan and not fool around with the checklist.
Roger, that's fine. If you're ready to copy, stand by.
Ready to copy on the leak check.
Roger. It's monitor secondary accumulator quantity. Step 2 is secondary glycol to radiator valve, normal for 30 seconds, then bypass. If no decrease in secondary accumulator quantity, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, if no decrease in secondary accumulator quantity, secondary glycol to radiator valve to normal. Next step, secondary coolant loop pump, AC1 or AC2. After 3 minutes, verify glycol discharge secondary pressure 39 to 51 psig. Also verify secondary evap out temp has changed. Next step, secondary coolant loop pump off. Secondary glycol to radiator valve bypass. That ends the procedure. Over.
Okay, read back. Monitor secondary accumulator quantity. Secondary glycol radiator valve normal for 30 seconds, then to bypass. If no decrease in secondary accumulator quantity, secondary glycol to radiator valve to normal. Secondary coolant loop pump AC1 or 2. After 3 minutes, verify glycol secondary discharge pressure 39 to 51 psig. Verify secondary evaporator outlet temp is changed. Secondary coolant loop pump off. Secondary glycol radiator valve to bypass. And what's the reason for the change, Charlie?
Roger, SPAN is concerned that our present procedure shown in the checklist does not really flow glycol through the radiator, and they want to verify that we do not have a plugged secondary radiator. Over.
Okay, do they have any abnormal indications in that system so far?
Negative. This is a procedure that came up with. It's just a check, Mike. Everything's looking great to us. Over.
Okay, read back. Monitor secondary accumulator quantity. Secondary glycol radiator valve normal for 30 seconds, then to bypass. If no decrease in secondary accumulator quantity, secondary glycol to radiator valve to normal. Secondary coolant loop pump AC1 or 2. After 3 minutes, verify glycol secondary discharge pressure 39 to 51 psig. Verify secondary evaporator outlet temp has changed. Secondary coolant loop pump off. Secondary coolant loop pump AC1 or 2. After 3 minutes, verify glycol secondary discharge pressure 39 to 51 psig.
Okay, fine.
Apparently we'll get back with you on these other changes in a few minutes. Okay?
Roger, Neil. No hurry, over.
This is Apollo Control at 59 hours 9 minutes. Apollo 11 now 182,000 nautical miles from Earth, and the velocity down to 3,072 feet per second. We've had very little conversation from the spacecraft in the past 40 minutes or so. At this time, the flight plan calls for the crew to be getting ready to begin their eat period. That would be followed by a 9-hour rest period. We have one change to the flight plan to pass along. The television transmission, which had been scheduled at 100 hours 20 minutes to 100 hours 50 minutes in the flight plan, has been deleted. This transmission was to have occurred during the formation flying prior to the powered descent to the lunar surface. The decision to delete the TV transmission from the flight plan was made due to a lack of available satellite channels to relay the signal from the tracking site at Madrid to Houston for conversion. The intermittent music that we're getting is apparently coming from the spacecraft. The crew has on board portable tape recorders with music on the tapes, and as they store their own comments on the tape, the music is, of course, erased. And apparently the music is triggering the Vox-operated microphones, and we're getting intermittent music down from the spacecraft.
11, Houston, we were wondering who's on horns.
Taking Houston.
We just had a little music there.
Keep you entertained.
Right, that was good. You can keep it coming down, 11.
Okay. Because it's a special occasion today, Houston. This is the 3rd anniversary of Gemini 10.
Roger. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, sir.
This is Apollo Control. That comment a moment ago about the 10th anniversary of, or about the 3rd anniversary of Gemini 10 came from Mike Collins, who, along with John Young, flew the Gemini 10 mission July 18 through July 21, 1966. The brief bit of music that we got from the spacecraft was coming to us from a distance of 182,190 nautical miles.
Houston, Apollo 11, ready to copy your update. Roger, stand by. Okay, Buzz, the first item is that we have indications that your landing site obliques are not in the proper position. If you will check, we think that the intermediate scale landing site oblique is stowed in the CSM Lunar Landmark book. We think that the large scale landing site oblique is stowed in the back of the LIM Lunar Surface Map book. Over.
I think I heard you, Charlie, but I'm not sure that I understand.
Roger, according to our storage list, the landing site oblique should be in the transfer bag. But in the backup set of data, the intermediate scale oblique is in the CSM Lunar Landmark book, and the large scale oblique is in the back of the LIM Lunar Surface Map book, and that's the reason we think they might be not where you think they are. Over.
Okay, we've got 3 obliques, and the last one is one I asked for recently. It's just a blow-up of the second one. The first one is one that's got dotted lines on it indicating horizon view and 50-degree LPD. And all 3 of those are in the transfer book. Over.
Well, Roger, fine. We were wrong in our backup set. We had those out of place. It looks like the onboard data is good. We just wanted to let you check on that one. We have an update on the APS-DIPS fuel card that you place on the panel. It's a typo error. If you'll break out that little card, we got to correct that typo error. Over.
Am I? Okay, I got it.
Roger, Buzz. Under the DIPS column on the pressure side, you go down to the 4th item. It says pressure greater than 150 PTCA should be greater than 65%. Over.
Okay, it's greater than 120 for less than 65 and greater than 150 for greater than 65.
That's affirmative, Al. And we have 3 items on the mission rules no-go card if you're ready to copy those. Over.
Okay, I've got the emission rules, no goes.
Roger, Buzz. First entry is under EPS. Under AC Bus A, the line extends all the way to High Gate. Actually, the line should read at DOI, it would be no-go AC Bus A. After that, the no-go would be both buses. So if you'll just pencil in both buses from PDI through High Gate, it'll be correct for that line. Over.
Okay, I've got that. AC Bus A for DOI and both buses no go for PDI on.
That's affirmative up until High Gate, and you can stop at the line under the column 5 minutes to low gate. Now the next line is under the G&C pings, pitch and roll GDAs. You can scratch that line completely. Over.
Roger, got it.
Okay, Buzz, last entry is down under RCS, and it's a typo error. Under the in the line 3-axis attitude control. If you proceed to the right at PDI +5, you'll see one axis. The line goes all the way to low gate to touchdown. That's incorrect. The line should stop under 5 minutes to low gate. Over.
Okay, we're stopping that at 5 minutes to low gate.
That's affirmed. That completes that card. The rest of the updates are just really for your information. Based on our 58-hour platform, a look at the platform, we're in really good shape. Your gyros have almost no drift in them. Since prior to the update, we were looking at X of a minus 2.24 Meru, Y of plus 0.87, Z of minus 0.11. Since the update, which was based on the 52-hour P52, I believe, we gave you an X drift of plus 0.79, yaw of plus 1.06, Z of plus 0.02 Meru. The difference between the 52-hour and the 57-hour alignments did not really give us enough time to get a real good or completely valid update on the drift check. So we're real satisfied with the way the gyros are looking. The PIPAs are looking great also. We're in real good shape with those two. Over.
Radio check.
Roger, reading you 5 by Hummy. Over.
Okay, lots clear. You cut out when you were talking about the platform at something about 52 hours. After that, we never heard you again.
Roger, I guess we were changing antennas. Stand by. That's affirmative, 11. We were swapping antennas on you down here. Basically, the word is we got a real good platform. Very small drift on the gyros and very small drift in the PIPAs. Over.
Roger, thank you. And I'd like to have a few words of clarification, if you'll give them to me, on the RCS rule, what that change essentially means.
Copy a few words of clarification on the RCS. Roger. The update there, Neil, you're speaking of about the one axis down to 5 minutes to low gate?
Yeah, that's right. I'm not quite sure what that will be beyond 5 minutes.
Stand by. I'll make sure I got my story straight with control. Stand by.
Okay.
11, Houston, on the RCS, what we're saying is that if we lose control about one axis prior to low gate, we would recommend an abort. This would require a loss of two distinct jets, which is not very probable, but that's what we're recommending. After low gate, we would continue on. We would recommend that we continue on to attempt a landing. Over.
Roger. I think
Roger.
Charlie, did you say you had some updates for us in the lunar surface book?
Apollo 11, say again, you were cut out. Over.
Roger, did you say you had some updates for us in the lunar surface book? Over.
Negative. At this time, we do not have any updates for the lunar surface book. We wanted you to have it just in case. Over.
Roger, you were cut out that time.
Roger, at the present time, we do not have any updates for you on the lunar surface book. We are thinking about some and kicking them around, but they're very minor changes. Over. Houston, did you copy that transmission? Apollo 11, Houston, we swapped antennas on you again. I say again that we do not have any lunar surface book updates at this time. We're considering a few minor ones, but we're still kicking them around the mocha. Over.
Apollo 1100. Houston 11, we have a crew status report for you.
Roger, go ahead, 11.
Okay, radiation, CDR 11009, CMP 10010, LMP 09011. No medication.
Roger 11, we copy for the radiations, and we're considering, this PTC looks sort of weird to us, so we're considering stopping and starting over again. We'll be with you in a couple of minutes. Over. Apollo 11, Houston, would you give us a LIM CM Delta P reading? Over. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We switched the antennas on you again. Would you please give us a LIM CM Delta P reading? Over. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, over. Go ahead, 11 here. Roger, we switched antennas on you there a moment ago, Neil. Would you please give us a LIM CM Delta P reading? Over. It's less than 0.1. Roger. Now, Neil says, John. Roger, thank you, Mike. Could you give us some help? This PTC is strange. It's not like anything we've seen before, and we're wondering if y'all have had any events or any idea that could help us out. Over. No, I didn't understand that. Say again? Roger, we're looking at a sort of a funny-looking PTC. We've already drifted out to 70 degrees in pitch, and we're wondering if you all have had any events or any such thing as that could cause us to pick up these rates to drive us all over.
Charlie. We don't know of anything.
Roger.
If it's got something to do with that entry from the position that we want to be in, I don't know.
Roger, when we started off, it looked real fine to us. Now it's drifting off in a funny pattern that we haven't seen previously on a flight. We're just trying to figure out, I think we'll probably start it over again. We'll be with you momentarily, over.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, we hate to say it, but we'd like to terminate this PTC and start over again. We have no assurance that we're going to get it through the sleep period with this funny configuration or funny pattern. We'd like you to stop it now and then go back to pitch 090, yaw 0, and roll whatever you stop on, over.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 59 hours, 57 minutes. A few moments ago you heard Capcom Charlie Duke advise the crew to terminate the passive thermal control mode that they are presently in and reestablish the 3 revolution per hour roll rate about the spacecraft longitudinal axis that is used for thermal control. We had noticed a unexplained deviation from the attitude that the spacecraft was set up in this roll mode. Ideally, it would roll about the longitudinal axis with very little wobble. And if a wobble is introduced for one reason or another, the reaction control system jets would come on as soon as the motion out of the prescribed plane had occurred, had gone beyond prescribed limits, in this case 30 degrees, to correct. The jet firing is on past missions do tend to disturb the crew's sleep rather than have the reaction control system jets come on during the night and perhaps have to awaken the crew to reestablish the passive thermal control mode at that time. We elected to correct it now.
Men, you disable Bravo and Charlie, select Quad Alpha and Delta, over. Apollo 11, Houston, over.
This is Apollo Control. We're getting quite a bit of noise on the air-to-ground circuit at this time as the spacecraft rotates from one Omni antenna around to the next, and we momentarily lose lock-on. At this time, Apollo 11 is 183,544 nautical miles from Earth. The velocity at this time, Apollo 11 is 183,544 nautical miles from Earth. The velocity holding fairly constant now at about 3,042 feet per second. It's been moving down toward 3,000 feet per second and seems to be leveling off somewhat. This is Apollo Control. We're going to take the air-to-ground circuit down temporarily until a stronger antenna lock is here's a call to the crew. We'll stand by for that. This is Apollo Control. We will take the air-to-ground circuit down at this time until we have reestablished sufficient signal strength to eliminate the noise on the circuit. This is Apollo Control at 60 hours 10 minutes. We've reestablished good antenna lock-on at this time, and we'll continue to monitor for any conversation from the spacecraft. The crew is presently reestablishing the passive thermal control rotation rate of 3 revolutions per hour. Following that, we expect they will begin their rest period. At the present time, Apollo 11 is 183,821 nautical miles from Earth, and the velocity 3,037 feet per second.
Hello, Apollo 11. Hello, Apollo 11. Over. Reading you about 1 by. Looks like we picked a super attitude here for PTC stabilization. We're reading you in a backup voice now. Over. Can we read you loud and clear? Roger. I think we've got about the best configuration. We have been doing it all from the ground here, 11. We'll just keep it as it is. Over. Apollo 11, Houston, would you select Command Reset and Omni Alpha? Over. Houston 11 on Omni Alpha. Roger, we read you about 3 by now. Over. Roger. Apollo 11, Houston, we is stable. You can start the PTC. Over. Well, 11, Roger. Houston, Apollo 11, on checklist page F9-7. I've completed step 8, and I'd like to know what you think is ideal timing between step 8 and step 9 and step 10 on that page. Over. Roger, stand by.
Apollo 11, Houston, we don't see any time constraint. We'd like you to go ahead and set up the wide deadband, then go through step 10 and 11, over.
Okay, will do. I don't see any constraints either, Charlie. I just was checking, make sure, because last time I went from 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 a little bit more swiftly than I'd been doing in the past.
Roger.
Step 11 complete.
Roger, we copy. Apollo 11, Houston, would you please select Omni Bravo, over?
Roger, Bravo. Houston, Apollo 11, how do you read on Bravo?
Roger, reading you 5-eye.
Same here.
Apollo 11, Houston, it looks like we got a good PTC going. It's good night from the white team, over.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you for everything.
This is Apollo Control at 60 hours, 37 minutes. We said good night to the crew about 10 minutes ago. We expect that they will be settling down for their rest period shortly. At the present time, Apollo 11 is 184,600 nautical miles from Earth. The spacecraft velocity is presently 3,023 feet per second. I understand there's been some interest in a comment made by Neil Armstrong during the television transmission about the EVA floodlight. Armstrong's remark was that the mast which the light is mounted on appeared charred. He reported that the light works, but had apparently the mast that supported it had apparently been damaged during the launch phase. This light would be used in the event of a contingency EVA. It would have no function in a normal mission, such as we're presently flying. And in the event that an extravehicular activity was necessary for transfer of the crew from the LEM to the command and service module, the light would be an aid in providing exterior lighting of the handrails, but would repeat that it would have no function in a normal mission. And the charring which Armstrong reported is not considered significant at this time. We don't expect to have any further conversation with the crew. We will continue to record any remarks that we get and play those back. The passive thermal control mode, which was reestablished, appears to be functioning well at this time, and all spacecraft systems are functioning normally. At 60 hours, 39 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 60 hours, 47 minutes. We just got a call from the spacecraft requesting that we give them the position of the S-4B in respect to the spacecraft. And we're currently coming up with that bit of information, so we'll stand by.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11, over.
Do you have any idea where the S-4B is with respect to us?
Stand by.
Apollo 11, Houston, the S4B is about 6,000 nautical miles from you now, over. Okay, thank you. Houston, Apollo 11, how's the PTC looking? Stand by. Houston, the PTC looks great to us, over. Okay, do you have any idea what happened to the previous one? We have absolutely no idea, over. Okay. Did it look like it was all right, and then just all of a sudden start diverging? That's negative. If you look at the plot, which we'll say for you, and let you see it post-flight, it started off immediately on the first rev and just spiraled out to about 20 degrees in pitch, and then it seemed to be setting up a spiral around an offset pitch point of about 20 degrees off from 90 degrees, but we didn't want to take a chance that it would become stable at that point. We thought it might diverge, so we called you and started over again, over. Okay, no complaints. I was just curious as to what had happened.
This is Apollo Control at 61 hours, 39 minutes. We've had no further conversation with the crew since our last report. Flight surgeon says there is no indication at this time that they have begun to sleep, but we expect they'll be getting to sleep here shortly. Coming up in less than 10 seconds now, we'll be crossing into the sphere of influence of the moon. A computational changeover will be made here in Mission Control. At this point, as the moon's gravitational force becomes the dominant effect on the spacecraft trajectory, and our displays will shift from Earth reference to moon reference. At that point, which occurred a few seconds ago, the spacecraft was at a distance of 186,437 nautical miles from Earth and 33,822 nautical miles from the moon. The velocity with respect to the Earth was 2,990 feet per second, and with respect to the moon, about 3,272 feet per second. The passive thermal control mode that was set up for the second time by the crew appears to be holding well at this point, and all spacecraft systems are functioning normally. The mission going very smoothly. At 61 hours, 41 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 62 hours, 29 minutes. The flight surgeon reports that the crew appears to have been asleep now for about the past 30 minutes. The spacecraft appears also to be holding its passive thermal control attitude very well. And at this time, Apollo 11 is about 32,000 miles from the moon, traveling at a speed of 3,782 feet per second. In the past 50 minutes or so, we've seen that velocity increase about 10 feet per second, going from 3772 feet per second to the present 3782 as the spacecraft continues to accelerate toward the moon. The change of shift briefing following this shift will occur
at about 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Flight Director Glenn Lunny and his team of flight controllers are coming on now, being debriefed by the Eugene Kranz team, and that shift change will be occurring shortly here. The new capsule communicator will be astronaut Ron Evans. At 62 hours, 30 minutes, this is Apollo Control.
This is Apollo Control. 63 hours, 29 minutes ground elapsed time. Some 5.5 hours remaining in the Apollo 11 crew scheduled rest period. The crew apparently soundly asleep at this time. Spacecraft now 29,716 nautical miles out from the moon. Velocity now 3,796 feet per second. Black Team Flight Director Glenn Lunny going around the room discussing with the various flight control positions the situation for the sleep shift. Talking now to Flight Dynamics Officer on the pros and cons of doing or not doing mid-course correction burn number 4. And at 63 hours, 30 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 64 hours, 28 minutes ground elapsed time. Some 4.5 hours remaining now in the scheduled Apollo 11 crew sleep period. However, since there's little likelihood that mid-course correction burn number 4 will be done, since it's a very small magnitude maneuver, that the crew will be allowed to sleep another couple hours. At this time, Apollo 11 is some 27,529 nautical miles out from the moon, traveling at a velocity of 3,812 feet per second. The black team of flight controllers has settled in for the night. Everything rather quiet here in the control room. We're anticipating a playback of yesterday afternoon's TV transmission from Apollo 11, which lasted some hour and a half, in which the camera was taken into the lunar module at the end of its cable. This will be played back for the flight controllers, who at that time were, most of them were asleep. At 64 hours, 29 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 65 hours, 28 minutes ground elapsed time. 3.5 hours remaining in the scheduled sleep period for a crew of Apollo 11. However, this will likely run to more like 5.5 hours remaining. Countdown clock for lunar landing now showing 37 hours, 18 minutes. Apollo 11 now 25,280 nautical miles out from the moon, traveling at a velocity of 3,832 feet per second. In terms of distance, stand by. We thought we had some Earth reference numbers, but apparently that display is not up at this time. Present weight of the spacecraft, 96,029 pounds. Presently being tracked by the tracking station at Honeysuckle Creek in Australia. And at 65 hours 29 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 66 hours 29 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 11 presently 22,952 nautical miles out from the moon and traveling at a velocity of 3,858 feet per second. 2 hours 29 minutes shown remaining in the sleep period. However, as mentioned earlier, this likely will run another 2 hours. Clock counting down to lunar landing, showing 36 hours 16 minutes. Still tracking through the Honeysuckle Creek, Australia tracking station. And all is rather quiet here in the control center during the sleep watch. At 66 hours 30 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 67 hours 28 minutes ground elapsed time. Mid-course correction burn number 4 has been deleted from the flight plan on the recommendation to Flight Director Glenn Lunny from the Flight Dynamics Officer Jay Green. The maneuver, had it been carried out as planned, would be in the neighborhood of 1/2 foot per second velocity change. As it is now, the trajectory is being predicted to arrive at near point or closest approach of about 62 nautical miles, plus or minus 2 miles if nothing else is done to the trajectory. That is, if no maneuver is made. Spacecraft cabin pressure now holding at 4.7 pounds per square inch. Temperature 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The planned sleep period has another hour and a half to go, but as mentioned earlier, will likely run another couple hours, inasmuch as mid-course correction burn number 4 will not be made, and the crew will not have to spend the time preparing to do the burn, to align the platform and do all the chores necessary for doing a maneuver of this sort. Clock counting down to lunar landing, showing 35 hours 17 minutes. And at 67 hours 29 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 68 hours 28 minutes ground elapsed time. Some 2 hours and 31 minutes remaining in the crew sleep period according to the revised schedule, inasmuch as mid-course correction burn number 4 has been omitted. Still being tracked, Apollo 11 still being tracked by the Honeysuckle Creek, Australia station. And here in Mission Control, the yesterday's hour-and-a-half long television pass as the crew manned the limb for the first time on checkout is being replayed. This will be piped across to the news center for anyone who might want to view it again. At 68 hours 29 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
Say again, Buzz, you were cut out there.
Okay, I'll see you in 71 hours.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control. So much for that. Looks like they're going to turn over and go back to sleep. At 69 hours, 19 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
The planned wake-up time for the crew is 71 hours elapsed. Cliff Charlesworth and the green team of flight controllers has just relieved Glenn Lenny's black team. Capcom now is Bruce McCandless. Apollo 11 is 13,638 nautical miles from the moon. Velocity 4,047 feet per second, lunar referenced. Apollo 11 is 12,486 nautical miles from the moon, approaching at a velocity of 4,087 feet per second. We'll stand by here and see whether we put in a call to the crew. We're putting a call into the crew now.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Good morning again, Houston, Apollo 11.
Roger, 11, good morning. When you...
Would you like the O2 purge this morning?
Yes, indeed. O2 fuel cell purge at 71 hours, and when you feel like copying, I've got a flight plan update containing, I guess, that and some other items for you.
Okay, stand by. Houston, Apollo 11. Go ahead with the flight plan update.
Roger, 11. This is Houston. At approximately 71 hours to 72 hours, we have you down for an EAT period, which I imagine is probably in progress already. 71 hours O2 fuel cell purge. 72 hours GET. A CO2 filter change number 6. Secondary radiator flow check, and we'll send you up a P37 block data on 2-hour parasyntheon fast return mode aboard. At 73 hours, 00 minutes, stop PTC at approximately 0 degrees roll. That is, when you're coming up on 0 degrees roll angle, around 73 hours, we'd like you to stop PTC and perform a P52 option 3 remaining in the PTC reps mat for a drift check. 73 hours, 20 minutes. We'll give you a P-27 update to the landing site reps mat, LOI-1 state vector and target load. 73 hours, 30 minutes. And maneuver to 000 roll, pitch, and yaw. High gain antenna angles will be pitch 0, yaw 335, and perform a P-52 option 1 using the new landing site reps mat. Resume the nominal flight plan at 74 hours GET. Over.
Okay, we'll get started on fuel cell purge while we're eating. CO2 canister scene number 6. Secondary radiator flow check. Copy the pads also 72 hours. Stop PTC, 0 roll at 73. Do a P-52 option 3. We'll get your uplinked rest mat to the landing site. And now, is this with the old rest mat or the new rest mat?
This is with the
antenna pitch.
This is with the new rest mat, Buzz. Roger. This is Houston, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Houston, go ahead.
Roger 11, correction on my last. At 7320, we uplink you the new reps mat, and 7330, we'd like you to maneuver to 0 roll, 0 pitch, 0 yaw in the old reps mat, and then torque around to the new reps mat and run your P-52 option 1 in that same inertial attitude, over.
Roger, understand.
And I got a consumables update when you're ready to copy.
I just got up, but you didn't catch me on that one.
I'll say I have one for you.
Okay, we're ready to copy the consumable update.
Roger. As of GET 6800, RCS total minus 4.5%, corresponding to approximately minus 53 pounds. Alpha minus 6.0%, minus 1.0%, minus 7.0%, minus 3.0%, H2 total minus 1.2 pounds, O2 total plus 10 pounds, over.
Roger. Roger, and our readouts on board are Alpha is 82, Bravo is 84, Coco is 84, and Delta is 87.
Houston, Roger, out.
And you want us to cycle the O2 and H2 fans, I imagine, huh?
This is Houston, affirmative, over.
Okay. Houston, Apollo 11, I have a status report for you.
Go ahead, 11.
Roger, on fleet. CDR, CMP 7.5, LFC 6.5, over.
Roger, 7.5 for each, over.
Negative, LFC 6.5.
Roger, 7.5, 7.5, and 6.5. And I got a few words for you here on the SPS engine performance, over.
Okay, we're ready, listen.
Okay, 11, it turns out that the engine performance during both of your burns so far this mission has been the same as it was on engine acceptance tests. The onboard PC reading is due to a known gauge calibration factor between what they've actually got in the chamber and what you're reading out on the gauge. We expect single bank operation to be 90, that is 90 psi on the gauge, with an actual chamber pressure of 95 psi. In dual bank operation, the chamber pressure is 94 psi on the gauge, with an actual of 99 psi. 80 psi on the gauge on board correlates to 83 psi actual, and we recommend that you stick to an LOI termination Q of 80 psi on the gauge. That is no change to the mission rules, over.
This is Apollo Control at 71 hours, 31 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from the moon now 11,232 nautical miles, approaching at a velocity of 4,141 feet per second.
Go ahead, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Go ahead, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Go ahead, over.
Houston, you read Apollo 11.
Roger, 11. We're reading you loud and clear now. We were down in the noise as we switched antennas a minute or so ago, over.
Roger, what sort of settings could you recommend for that solar corona? We've got the sun right behind the edge of the moon now.
Roger.
Quite an eerie sight. There's a very marked three-dimensional aspect of having the sun's corona coming from behind the moon waves.
Roger.
it looks as though, I guess what's given it that three-dimensional effect is the earth shine. I can see Tycho fairly clearly, at least if I'm right side up, I believe that's Tycho, in moonshine. I mean, in earth shine. And of course, I can see the sky is lit all the way around the moon, even on the limb of it where there's no earth shine or sunshine.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger. If you'd like to take some pictures, we recommend using a magazine uniform, which is loaded with high-speed black and white film, interior lights off, electric Hasselblad with the 80 millimeter lens, and you're going to have to hand hold this, I guess. We're recommending an f-stop of 2.8, and we'd like to get a sequence of time exposures. Over.
Okay, you want the magazine uniform instead of magazine tango?
Roger, we're not trying to get you all wrapped up in a procedure here. This is on a not to interfere basis. Of course, over.
Okay.
And on the exposures, we're looking for an eighth of a second, a half a second, and if you think you can steady the camera against anything to get longer exposures, 2 seconds, 4 seconds, and 8 seconds, over.
Roger, copy.
Roger, up. Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we'd like to do a little cryo tank balancing. So if you could position the oxygen tank number 1 heater switched off and hydrogen tank 2 heater switched off, leaving all the rest of the cryo switches the same. We'll let it run that way for a few hours, over.
Okay, stand by. One of those switches. We'll get them in a minute.
Ready. And how far out can you see the corona extending, over?
A little bit like zodiacal light. It keeps going out farther and farther. We'll talk about it a little more later.
Roger, out. is Houston. I think we have comm again. We heard you calling. Over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Were you calling? Over.
Houston, Apollo 11. I understand you want the heaters off for hydrogen tank 1 and oxygen tank 1. Is that affirmative?
That's negative, Mike. Hydrogen tank number 2 heaters off, and oxygen tank number 1 heaters off.
Okay.
Roger, out.
Yeah, I have hydrogen tank number 2 heaters off. I have oxygen tank number 1 heaters off.
Roger, out.
Houston, Apollo 11, the earth shine coming through the window is so bright you can read a book by it.
Oh, very good.
That was Mike Collins reporting.
And Houston, I guess that along the ecliptic line we can see corona light out to 2 lunar diameters from this location. The bright light only extends out about an eighth to a quarter of the lunar radius.
Roger, I understand that you can see the corona approximately 200 solar diameters out along the ecliptic, and the bright light extends out approximately 1/8 to 1/4 lunar radius. Over.
That's 2 lunar diameters along the ecliptic, and the bright part, right, a quarter to an eighth of a lunar radius out, and that's perpendicular to the ecliptic line on the South Pole.
Roger.
That last transmission was from Neil Armstrong.
Houston, that's been a real change for us. Now we're able to see stars again and recognize constellations for the first time on the trip. It's the sky's full of stars, just like the night side of Earth. But all the way here, we've only been able to see stars occasionally and perhaps through the binocular, but not recognize any star patterns.
I guess it's turned into night up there, really, hasn't it?
It really has.
11, this is Houston. Go ahead, over.
This is Apollo Control. It's 72 hours, 7 minutes. Apollo 11 is 9,761 nautical miles from the moon. Velocity 4,217 feet per second. Weight 96,012 pounds.
Apollo 11, Houston, do you read? Over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. How do you read? Over.
Okay, we went to the high gain. Looks like you had a little trouble getting signal strength there.
Roger, we missed an omni switch there. Over.
Right. On the secondary loop check, when we went to flow on the secondary radiators, the quantum quantity dropped from 40% down to 36 in the first 10 seconds and then stabilized at 36 for the remainder of the 30 seconds.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. We believe that's normal system operation. The radiators are expected to be very cold right now, and apparently the decrease you saw was due to contraction in the fluid. Over.
Okay, we'll go ahead with the procedure just as if there were no decrease in accumulator quantity, right?
Roger, press on.
And Houston, the secondary radiator flow check is complete and satisfactory.
Houston, roger out.
And that's a good deal, because we don't have to have any meetings about whether we're going to do it or don't do it anymore.
That's for sure.
That was a Mike Collins comment.
Flight director says ouch.
No ouch intended. I enjoyed every one of those meetings.
Hi, 11, this is Houston. I have your Paracynthian +2 pad, P30 format when you're ready to copy.
Roger, stand by. Houston, Apollo 11, ready to copy Paracynthian +2.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Paracynthian +2 hours, pad, SPS GNN 62710 plus 098 minus 019er. GET ignition 077 46 2248. Delta VX 981 plus 32148 minus 00455 minus 10377. Roll NA, pitch 307. And the remainder of the pad is NA. GDC align stars, Vega, and Deneb. Roll 243 183 012. No ullage. Remarks. Assumes landing site refs mat and docked. Over.
Roger, SPS GNN 62710 plus 098 minus 019er 077 46 2248 plus 32148 minus 00455 minus 10377 NA 307 Vega Deneb 243 183 012 no ullage landing site rest mat docked and you haven't changed in the LEM weight. Over.
And no change in the LEM weight, and readback is correct. Out. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Over.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, we're having difficulty getting commands into the spacecraft. We'd like you to cycle your up telemetry switch to command reset and off and then back to normal. Over.
Okay, we'll do it. We have you on high gain right now. You want us to switch over to Omni?
Negative. We'd like to stay on the high gain if we can. Over.
Okay.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger, we'd like you to switch to Omni Delta as we show you approximate the scan limit of the high gain antenna. We will then command Omni Delta down here after you advise us you've switched, and then you can select Bravo on board, and we'll be back in the Omni antenna commanding business, over.
Okay, we're going to Delta now.
Houston, you can go ahead and select Omni Bravo on board now.
You have it.
Roger out. Apollo 11, this is Houston. If you have a minute or so free, we can read you up the morning news here.
Go right ahead. Glad to hear it.
Roger, hot from the wires of the MSC Public Affairs Office, especially prepared for the crew of Apollo 11.
Okay, first off, it looks like it's going to be impossible to get away from the fact that you guys are dominating all the news back here on Earth. Even Pravda in Russia is headlining the mission and calls Neil the czar of the ship. I think maybe they got the wrong mission.
West Germany has declared Monday to be Apollo Day. School children in Bavaria have been given the day off. Post office clerks have been encouraged to bring radios to work, and Frankfurt is installing TV sets in public places.
BBC in London is considering a special radio alarm system to call people to their TV sets in case there's a change in the EVA time on the moon.
And in Italy, Pope Paul VI has arranged for a special color TV circuit at his summer residence in order to watch you, even though Italian television is still black and white.
Back here in Houston, your three wives and children got together for lunch yesterday at Buzz's house. According to Pat, it turned out to be a gab fest. The children swam and did some high jumping over Buzz's bamboo pole.
In Moscow, space engineer Anatol Koritsky was quoted by TASS as saying that Luna 15 could accomplish everything that had been done by earlier Luna spacecraft. This was taken by the press to mean Luna 15 could investigate the gravitational fields, photograph the moon, and go down to the surface to scoop up a bit for analysis.
Even the kids at camp got in the news when Mike Jr. was quoted as replying, yeah, when somebody asked him if his daddy was going to be in history. Then after a short pause, he asked, what is history? In Washington, President Nixon is planning to use his executive power to streamline the Interstate Commerce Commission. According to industry sources, it was reported Nixon would trim the commission from 11 to 7 members by not making new appointments.
And the big news around Houston today concerns the Astros. In the sports world, the Houston Astros rallied in the ninth inning at Cincinnati to dump the Reds 7-4. Going into the ninth, however, things looked pretty bleak. The Astros were trailing 4-3. Then with one out, Jesus Alou stroked a single to the right field. John Edwards hit another single to right, and Sandy Valdespino hit a double to bring in the tying run. Julio Gauthier was walked, and Joe Morgan dropped a bunt for the game-winning play. A wild throw to the plate and allowed another run to score. Then a sacrifice fly by Dennis Menke brought in the final run. They really came through in the ninth.
Another game's in the National
Those
League.
Astros really been catching those flies since they put a roof on the stadium.
Good work. In other games in the National League, New York beat Montreal 5-2. Pittsburgh beat St. Louis 4-1. And Atlanta over San Diego in the first game of a doubleheader 6-2.
In the American League, Detroit beat Cleveland 4-0. New York trounced Washington 5-0. Boston out-hit Baltimore to score 6 runs to the Orioles 2. And Chicago beat Kansas City 6-1.
Okay, in golf world, Tommy Jacobs, an infrequent competitor in recent years, took the lead in the Philadelphia Golf Classic yesterday. His second round score was 139.
You might be interested in knowing, since you are already on the way, that a Houston astrologer, Ruby Graham, says that all the signs are right for your trip to the moon. She says that Neil is clever, Mike has good judgment, and Buzz can work out intricate problems. She also says Neil tends to see the world through rose-colored glasses, but he is always ready to help the afflicted or distressed. Neil, you are also supposed to have, quote, intuition that enables you to interpret life with feeling, unquote. Buzz is to be very sociable and cannot bear to be alone, in addition to having excellent critical ability. Since she didn't know at what hour Mike was born, she has decided that he either has the same attributes as Neil, or he is inventive with an unconventional attitude that might seem eccentric to the unimaginative.
And last but not...
Who said all that?
Ruby Graham, an astrologer here in Houston. Now, we checked with flight operations for all the signs for the mission, and then we, of course, had to make sure that everything was really all set.
Velocity from the moon, toward the moon, 3,842 feet per second. Relative to the moon, that is. And at 42 hours, 28 minutes, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 43 hours, 29 minutes, ground elapsed time. Apollo 11 presently on a spot directly above or directly out from the Malay Peninsula. Some 3 hours, 30 minutes remaining in the scheduled 10-hour sleep period for the crew. And if the space digital display were up here at the time coming out of the computer, we would know what the distance and velocity were. So at 43 hours, 29 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 44 hours, 28 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 11 crew has another 2 hours, 31 minutes remaining in their 10-hour sleep period. Spacecraft is now some 72,010 nautical miles out from the moon. Velocity continuing to decelerate as we get near the changeover point in influence between the Earth and the moon. Velocity now showing 3,811 feet per second. Spacecraft now calculated to weigh 96,068 pounds. At 44 hours, 29 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control. 45 hours, 28 minutes ground elapsed time. A little more than an hour remaining in the Apollo 11 crew sleep period. Present velocity 3,799 feet per second. Distance from moon 69,810 nautical miles. Apollo 11